So, I am really happy to see you all today. So, dear colleagues, it is a great honor to welcome you to the conference Towards Stronger Peripheries, New Coalitions and Policies of Solidarity, organized by the Faculty of Dramatic Arts. This event brings together a diverse group of artists, researchers, practitioners, policymakers to engage in profound discussions about some of the most pressing issues in contemporary culture and society. Today, I would like to focus on two key concepts central to our conference: peripheries and solidarity. These notions are not only critical to our understanding of the cultural landscape, but also the future of our collective efforts in education, policy, and artistic practice. Today's dichotomy between notion, center, and periphery is increasingly being challenged. In the contemporary world, peripheries are not just passive recipients of influence, they are dynamic spaces of creativity, resistance, and innovation. The periphery is where unique voices can be heard and where alternative ways of thinking are cultivated. In the context of performing arts, the periphery represents a platform for participatory practices and community engagement. As we look to the future, it is essential to recognize the potential of the periphery as a site of innovation and resilience. We must actively work towards creating policies and frameworks that support the development of peripheral regions and communities. This involves rethinking funding models, fostering cross-border collaborations, and promoting cultural exchange. By doing so, we can build stronger and more inclusive cultural ecosystem that benefit everyone. Solidarity is about standing together, especially in the times of crisis which we witness. We face numerous challenges, and these issues cannot be addressed in isolation. They require collective action and commitment to working together across borders and differences. In the field of culture, solidarity means building coalitions, creating networks of support that enable artists, cultural workers, and communities to share resources, knowledge, and opportunities. We at Faculty of Dramatic Arts believe that dialogue between education and arts play a pivotal role in nurturing both understanding of peripheries and the practices of solidarity. Through education, we can raise awareness about the complex dynamics of marginalization and empowerment. We can try to equip individuals with the skills and knowledge needed to engage in the meaningful cultural production and advocacy. Performing arts, education, and learning are at the heart of this conference. By bringing together such a diverse group of practitioners and researchers, we aim to create space where new ideas can be born and existing paradigms can be challenged. This gathering is fruitful ground for knowledge exchange where each participant contributes to collective understanding and reimagining of cultural policies and practices. I would like to extend my thanks to all the project partners, participants, speakers, and organizers who have made this event possible. Also, I would like to thank for the support to Creative Europe, Desk Creative Europe EU in Serbia, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Science and Innovation, Ministry of Education, City of Belgrade, Yugoslav Film Archive, and the media which followed our activities. Thank you all, and I wish you a fruitful and engaging conference, and I will give the word to Marta. Please, Marta, the floor is yours.
Hello to everyone. First, I want to thank Professor Milena, Jovana, Tatiana, Ksenia, and to all the Faculty of Dramatic Arts team for organizing this conference. Thanks also to the speakers, the moderators, the artists, the partners, and other guests that will enrich this great program. This conference is the second and the last one of Stronger Peripheries, a Southern Coalition, an European project funded by Creative Europe and started in 2020, which gathers 14 cultural organizations and universities from 10 countries, located in what we consider the peripheral south of Europe. I can anticipate the questions swirling in your minds. What defines a periphery? What does south signify? Can these concepts truly apply to privileged Europe? And upon what foundation do we build our understanding of peripheries? We have been there. Our exploration about these concepts began during spirited debates preceding the project's application. We continued these discussions at the Having a Voice conference in Lisbon in 2022, and they have persisted through countless project meetings, informal dialogues, and reflections on our future path. The complexity of these terms, peripheries, South, and their contradictions, fuels our commitment to positioning ourselves within a peripheral South. For us, this commitment encompasses several dimensions. We recognize that we operate within vulnerable cultural ecosystems, where fragile policies and limited financial resources persist. Bureaucratic hurdles hinder our creative endeavors, and shrinking audiences places us under constant pressure to justify the cultural value we bring. However, as cultural organization, we remain steadfast in our mission. We strive to create conditions that allow everyone to access, enjoy, learn, participate, create, attend, and research arts and culture. Therefore, we built a project based in a set of values, and we defined 3 main areas of action to be tackled in the project Stronger Peripheries. Collaborative strategies. We foster collaboration and professional opportunities for artists and cultural operators across our regions. Innovative methodologies, such as tandems and hosting communities, have been tested and implemented. Capacity building. We empower art professionals by enhancing their skills in art management and audience development. Through seminars and workshops, we equip cultural operators with advocacy skills to shape inclusive cultural policy models. Cultural policies. We raise awareness about the unique challenge faced by peripheries in contrast to central cultural policy models. Our advocacy emphasizes the social value of art and the importance of participatory practices in fostering social cohesion. As we approach the project's culmination, we can share with you some of our achievements. We organized 12 tandem workshops, bringing together 60 artists and artistic teams from 9 countries. These workshops facilitated connections with local cultural ecosystems and spurred unexpected new creative relations among participants. Our 14 selected artistic teams embarked on 28 research residencies and 28 creative residencies. Throughout their 2-month creative journey within Stronger Peripheries, they engaged with local contexts, experimented with participatory practices, and established meaningful links. Through additional 2 seminars and 7 workshops, we strengthened arts management skills and deepened our understanding of cultural policy. 2 conferences allowed us to exchange insight with our peers. In these almost 4 years, we built friendships, complicities, and a real Southern and peripheral coalition. We didn't fix all vulnerable cultural ecosystems. We still don't have strong and stable cultural policies, and surely we are still lacking human and financial resources in our organizations. But we believe we are stronger now than we were in 2020. We have learned with each other, we supported each other, we know a lot more about each other's artistic scene. We discussed intensively about participatory artistic practices, do's and don'ts, and what we have learned with 14 participatory artistic works. We talked about values, and we set a common ground in which we want to build our future collaboration. The journey continues, and as we convene at the Belgrade conference, we look forward to shaping a more vibrant and democratic cultural landscape. Solidarity is a key word in our present and future. It is a part of the conference name and comes together with other important words as democracy, empathy, sustainability, accessibility, and creativity. I wish you inspiring conversation during these days. Thank you.
Being from other generation, I came with papers. Other came with digital tools, but I don't trust them. So I'm really glad that this final conference of such important project, Stronger Peripheries Southern Coalition, is happening really in Belgrade. In a certain way, it started in Belgrade with the workshop at our Faculty of Drama, but being at the end of the school year now, the Faculty of Drama is preoccupied with rehearsals of students of acting, theater directing, and so on. So maybe it's better for you. Now we are in the center of the city in the very nice building of the Film Archive. These kind of international, cultural, artistic, but also research projects, such as this one, are really spaces for interaction, platforms of mutual enrichment, inspiration, and knowledge transfer. And maybe a rare occasion that they are really transfer in between peripheries, which normally is rarely happened through, for example, academic publications, journals, and so on. There is not such an exchange because those things are convening so-called objective rules, and sometimes people coming from peripheries, speaking different languages, small languages, not having English even as the first foreign language that they learned, not have a real chance in contemporary world. EU application formats are sometimes forcing us to find very nice and short acronyms for such projects, and as we want to be successful and compete, we try to make those names. And in this very moment, our Faculty of Drama Arts and this team that Marta just mentioned, by pure chance, all-female team, is participating in many different, such as Artist, Urbinat, Curious, many different costs, projects, and so on. And we feel extremely empowered by all of you, all of other members of these projects with whom we are collaborating, even when we do and prepare, like recent, a year ago, we prepared with University of Barcelona and Luis and many other colleagues Pertain project. We didn't Horizon, we didn't succeed, but we learned a lot. It was supposed to be really a project North-South collaboration, but somehow we didn't get chance. Yesterday, I was carefully listening the project meeting, and I heard already many questions were raised prior to conference on our finalized evaluation summary of the project. And it was, and I hope that this conference is really going to be a platform for discussion to, for example, discuss how to help improvement of opportunities for all, how we can recognize those opportunities. Is art a possible tool for that? How to inspire a cooperative environment in a cultural ecosystem? Because it's not easy in a capitalist ecosystem where everything is about competitivity, how to create cultural ecosystem to be about care, empathy, solidarity, and so on. But we never heard on our talks and discussions these words that are sometimes very prominent in our discourse. One of the questions was, what is our role in policy making? Do we, most of you are in fact artists, we are not from Faculty of Drama, we are researchers, but do artists, but also do researchers have a role if cultural policy should be seen as an instrument to enhance a public good and public value? And I wanted to speak about Mondia Cult Declaration in 2022 in Mexico, after 40 years from the first declaration. I was already teacher in '82 at the Faculty of Drama, and we followed very much discussions at Mondia Cult in Mexico in '82. And it was followed by the whole world and debated. Now, it was very silent. Why? Maybe because The Mondial Declaration of UNESCO is calling United Nations to firmly ensure culture as a global public good. So it's not anymore only culture for economic development, culture for sustainability, culture for social inclusion. It's a global public good, public value. I will skip, but in paragraph 20, they also, Mondial Declaration asked that all important UN documents, such as those developmental goals and so on, should be impregnated with the essence of the culture and art, which are not existing in present discourse about 17 goals of sustainable development. There is really no arts at all. Culture, you might feel that there is something, but not explicit, nothing. So yes, we try to discuss about what would mean post-capitalist cultural policy, but we try, especially us from Balkans, to introduce this debate, but it didn't really work. It had some echoes, but Croatian philosopher Srećko Horvat, for example, just yesterday or 2 days ago on Beldok's festival, which was happening in this very moment in Belgrade, exclaimed to what extent we are not even living in a democratic world, that a person such as Yanis Varoufakis is forbidden to go to Germany, and it's forbidden to even appear on German organized webinars, just to prevent him to tell his opinion about war in Gaza, to express his solidarity. So we are living in a very strange world, and that is the reason why we thought that this first day of our conference should be devoted to public policies, to cultural policies in the largest meaning of the word. How these policies have to enhance atmosphere of trust, shared commitment, and shared responsibilities for the whole world. This is not by chance that I took today this scarf. For some of you, it might look very African. Yes, it is. But it's produced here in Belgrade in Museum of Yugoslavia to honor times of solidarity of non-aligned movement. It was, this tissue was a present of Kwame Nkrumah, but we never, in spite of many speeches about Africa in focus and so on, the genuine thinker of Africa, Kwame Nkrumah, is not cited. He's forgotten as many others of the leaders of decolonizing movements and so on. And many of those who happen to be very important organizers of theater life, such as Leopold Sedar Senghor, etc., etc. And that is also our responsibilities as theater scholars or theater practitioners. So yes, we have to think about policies, how to create them to fit and show solidarity with all sorts of minority groups. I remember still perfectly our conference in Lisbon last year, or it was even a year and a half ago, yeah, where different people from Marsha Tiburi from Brazil, Gertie Dunbury, and till Rita Natalio and Alice Azevedo as non-binary persons, told us their living experience in a contemporary world which most of us find nice and fine, comfortable for living and so on. So what we as cultural people, as activists can do. Thus, decolonizing culture should not just stay as a nice title for museum professionals to tell the story that they are aware of the problems and that they are doing. We have really to think how to make and create projects for and with deprived subaltern communities. And I hope that this conference, with its 3 days devoted to policies, this first day is more or less about it, feminist dramaturgies and the women's side of the story next day, and North-South relations, which would be the topic of the third day, will at least give us a chance to discuss more what is really needed to be discussed, and that is how to contribute as cultural professionals for the more equal and more socially just world. Thus, I'm very happy that I could announce now our first guest speaker. It is Eleonora Belfiore. She's coming to us, that might look strange for most of you, from northern peripheries. But she settled there not by choice of being born, as most of us. We are born on southern peripheries, but it was her own choice to go to work there. And it is very rare for one very successful scholar, one of the best in our field of research, to choose her career advancement going toward peripheries. Most of the people will try to go as much as possible towards centers, even world centers, and so on. She appeared in cultural policy research realm only at the beginning of this century. But quickly she became one of the most cited, quoted scholars in this area. 6,500 citations, H index 25, etc., etc. The very moment she appeared, she really grasped the full attention of all of us, cultural policy scholars worldwide, because from the first articles published, it was critical, it was analytical, argumentative, and very brave studies, not studies that were conform to that moment, point of views, and so on. It was about instrumentalization of cultural policies in 2002, about economic impact, but she would say inconclusive evidence in 2003, about audited culture, about all these pressures of auditing, evaluation, measurement, etc. in 2004. And the subtitle was, is it really about evidence? All what was imposed in cultural policy realm by new public management and neoliberal capitalism, and even by Labour Party in Britain, which somehow should be contradictio in adjecto, but it was not. And I will mention something that immediately took my attention. It was about bullshitting about cultural policy. And I remember that us, coming from the South, really debated on these ICCPR conferences. These are international conferences in cultural policy research, about those texts. Her later position at the Warwick University at the Center for Cultural Policy, and I have to say this is the most academic of cultural policy centers in Europe, because most of the others are more oriented toward applied research, something to how to help city government or general government to make strategy, development, evaluation, and so on. So these opened her research paths toward investigation of cultural values. And that is something which or also about social impact of the arts. And she had written a body of articles with Oliver Bennett. For me also very interesting, moral failures in cultural policy. In general, I think we are lacking thinking about social justice in cultural policy research. But Eleonora is also a founder of Women in Academia support program, support group. As a feminist, she was immediately aware of tough position in university, pretty patriarchal throughout the world. Those of you who yesterday assisted to our first meeting, project group, witnessed that on the wall there was pictures of deans. and decaness, as we call them, or doyenne, there were only two in the history of Faculty of Drama, both with a certain political background. Okay, this position usually is linked with also certain political status, but that might also explain why there is less women in such positions, as usually they're a little marginalized even in the most prominent as democratic political parties. She decided to leave Warwick and to create her own part. I never asked her why she left Warwick, but next step was widening the scope of her research in Loughborough University, where she was a co-director of the Center for Research in Communication and Culture, so a very large area. But then she moved in 22 in Aberdeen, becoming the inaugural, so the first, director of the Interdisciplinary Center for Social Inclusion and Cultural Diversity. Also, the topics of these centers might also tell us something about changes in cultural policy research and academia wanting to take a step to march together with the changes. Now, as the journal co-editor of Cultural Trends, but also as editor of the Palgrave book series, New Directions of Cultural Policy Research, where she published, in fact, 16 books, out of whom quite a lot of prominent women cultural policy scholars such as Victoria Durer, Leila Jankovic, Katja Lindqvist, and so on, but she published the men also, like Stephen Hadley, whose book might be interesting for this audience because it's about audience development and cultural policy. So, I know that I'm speaking too long, but I wanted also to say that now she's focusing on labor conditions of socially engaged art practices. That was also one of the elements of our research during this project. We, with Xenia and Tatiana and Jovana, explored, and the colleagues from Lisbon University and Barcelona University try to analyze the needs of cultural professionals, training needs, but also everything to make them happy professionals in their real life. In Belgrade, the Association of Fine Arts has published a huge book called Labor in Arts, questioning all the time, not we are considering that art is a labor, but most of the environment is not considering that as labor, it's enjoyment. Oh, you are happy, you have such a nice profession, and so on. So now, probably also because she moved to the north, she became much more interested in context-based research, so place-making, but very important in her title, and that is something that I would like all of you to remember and think about, this relational placemaking. What you see in this very moment in Belgrade is everything but not a relational placemaking, not a participative placemaking. It's autocratic, Caesarian placemaking by decision of one person who is not even expert, because he can't be expert for everything. So, and it's not only about placemaking, like Belgrade waterfront, empty space, now you make us Dubai, Abu Dhabi, whatever, Belgrade waterfront, but it's also place remaking. Change of New Belgrade, for example, change of many other neighborhoods, remaking them according to investor wishes, according to the rules of capitalism, not thinking about the needs of population, of communities, of their aesthetics, of their consideration, and so on. So I hope that this is, how to say, something that the lecture that Eleonora Belfiore is going to present us, basing her speech on the real life of northern territories and northern marginal context, which for us is like, okay, that's still rich UK and probably it's easier for them, but maybe not, maybe just because everything else is so prominent that margins of such countries are not developing in the pace of the others. Think even about those countries that we never questioned their democracy, Sweden, Norway, and Finland, and think about Sami people. And when they got minimal rights a few years ago, just think if any of you have met anywhere in the world Sami person. And we are speaking about the most democratic countries. So everyone has its peripheries, its margins, and our task would be to discuss during all these 3 days, can we imagine spaces for civic collaboration in between peripheral South and other peripheries, and can we imagine networks of solidarity, coalitions of goodwill, of mutual support, because our colleagues throughout the world are needing it. Not to speak about Freedom Theatre in Jenin, which is under fire all those months of the wars, but many theatres in India, due to different pressures of different Indian states on their work. And Belarus, they are in exile, basically all cultural community, which is absolutely non-visible in Europe. So there are so many injustices in contemporary world that even relates to what should be our professional solidarity, not to speak about human solidarity with wider world. So I would like to invite Eleonora to give us her reflection, and then we are going to split in 3 groups and debate, inspired by her speech, how we see those issues of context-based development and place-making.
Wow, what an introduction. It's a bit pressurized now to talk to you after this wonderful, generous and kind introduction, which is, really humbling. One thing I will say, though, is it's true that I've been living for the past 2.5 years in a northern periphery, but I grew up in Sicily, so, southern peripheries, I know, they're my jam too. So, it's not as alien as you'd think. So, the title for the talk that I thought I'd give today is Peripheries and Experiments in Relational Placemaking, for the reasons that Milena has outlined, and on the importance of coalitions of goodwill. And Milena has kind of outlined already some of these things, but I wasn't sure. I didn't know that Milena was going to give such a, no, it's fine. Such a lovely and extensive introduction to me and my work, so I figured I had to tell you who I was a little bit, and explain that the sources of inspiration for today's talk are the many, many years that indeed, as Milena outlined, I have spent thinking about the ways in which in policy discourse, the idea of the impacts of the arts, both in social terms and in economic terms, the arts for social inclusion, the arts for economic development and regeneration, and tourism promotion, and all the things that, I'm sure you've heard before, how they have become proxies for the value of the arts to society, which I think is very problematic, because whilst there's certainly merit to having a good understanding of how the arts operate in society as parts of a social system and an economic system. That's not quite all there is to the arts, and there's a lot that becomes invisible and obscured if you only focus on that. I think I've become, over the past few years, really interested in a feminist ethics of care and how it can help us think through some key cultural policy issues. And this has been through some work that is still ongoing around the working condition of socially engaged artists who work on publicly funded commissions, which is where Milena hinted I found a moral failure with cultural policy, because I think the working conditions, and I suspect this might be relevant to some people in the room, the working condition of artists working on publicly funded projects with these challenged communities who live in difficult circumstances are really subpar, and funders know that, I suspect. And so there's an understanding that artists care for the people they work with, and so artists will do a good job no matter what, even if they're not paid properly, even if they are not looked after properly. And I think that's exploitation. And I think a feminist ethics of care helps us, give a name to that exploitation, but also to the reasons why artists will work in a way that isn't, that's very hard to describe in a world where profit, self-interest, making money are so much recognized dramas of human actions. How do you make sense of a group of people who clearly is driven by a completely different set of priorities? And then, as Milena rightly said, a new interest in relational placemaking and the way in which policy making and local democracy become activated in particular places, in particular ways, by the particular group of people that find themselves in those places, and how we can develop the kind of relationships on the ground and the kind of collaborations of the grounds that make those places more welcoming, comfortable, effective places for a larger group of communities than is currently the case. So the contribution that I hope to make today, and that hopefully will feed ideas that you can then grapple with in the rest of the 3 days, is, as Marta was saying, problematizing a little bit this concept of periphery and also the concept of the South, because there are very much they're not neutral terms, there are implicit hierarchies within it. And I would suggest actually when you look at places, at the dynamics within places, at what happens in places, who has voice, who has agency, who has access to participation, things are a lot more complicated than that kind of center-periphery, north-south divide seems to suggest. Reality is always messier than those kind of classifications. And so I'd like us to think about differently about this kind of divides. And I think Aberdeen is an interesting example because usually nobody knows anything about Aberdeen. And because Aberdeen, I have fallen in love with the place, but Aberdeen is a weird place. Very, very weird. The governance is weird. There's one sector of the economy that has had a massive influence in shaping everything. It's weird. But I think in its weirdness, it's, and because its development has been so different from that of the rest of the UK, it's been also a very liberating ground for experimentation, because it has such a bizarrely underdeveloped cultural policy infrastructure that there was almost a sense that you could invent something new from scratch, and in a way that wasn't blocked or wasn't having to carry the weight of decades of policy making, and almost a kind of sense, we're doing this from scratch, so let's just do it our way. How do we do it in this place in a way that it's suited for this place? And I would like to think with you about whether there might be ways to build bridges of experiences, of sharing, of collaboration, bridges of solidarity, so that these different kind of experiences, maybe the less obvious ones between North and South, can be discussed and brought together. Not because, there's something for you in the South to learn, but actually because there's something from the North to learn from all this work that you've been doing over these few years, and because there are parts of the North, there are peripheries in the North that desperately actually need that expertise and that would benefit from the exchange, and actually maybe there's an opportunity for an exchange that is actually a mutual exchange and that does away with those implicit hierarchies of the North-South periphery-centre divide. And so what I hope I leave you with is some ideas that can help us think through a question that I don't really have an answer for yet, but I hope that we might begin to work together towards an answer in this group, among this group of people, and as part of this project, what might international coalitions of goodwill centered on care, mutuality, and the promotion of grassroots democracy look like? What might they achieve? And how do we set them up if we agree that they're a good thing? So, from one periphery to another, and from the south to the northeast, I actually did think that it was important to have a map that showed where Aberdeen was, because my bet was that unless you'd seen the map, you wouldn't have known where Aberdeen was exactly. Is that correct? I mean, I had to look it up on the map when I went to my job interview, so, there's no judgment there. I wasn't expecting anyone to know where Aberdeen was, but, it is fairly peripheral, so you can see there where Edinburgh is, but Edinburgh is a good 3 and a bit hours on the train south. Glasgow, a bit less, but similar. So the main cities of Scotland are hard to reach, and that is, if the tracks are not iced over, snowed under, or, the weather can be a bit challenging in the winter. So this Sicilian girl has found it all an interesting experience. Some images of Aberdeen. So the big one, this is a part of the university campus. Aberdeen has 2 universities, one modern and one old. The University of Aberdeen, where I am, is the old university, founded in in the 15th century sometime, I forget. So my office is pretty much in an ugly modern building opposite that, so I thought I'd show you the pretty bit. In fact, my office is, you walk through those two tower things. You walk through the beautiful bit, and there's a 1960s awfully ugly building, and that's where Ellie's office is. A lot of the city is built in granite, because that's the local stone. So it has this kind of severe look when it's grey and it's raining, but when the sun shines, the granite has this substance in it that starts shining, so the building, I don't quite know how to explain it, but the building sparkles in the sun, so the city can actually look either terribly gloomy and dark and grey and depressing, or literally like some kind of fairy tale place where all the buildings have little diamond sparkles on them. There's a beautiful beach. It doesn't always look like that for the weather thing. And there's that one there is a traditional art gallery that's been refurbished. So, it's an interesting place. There's a debate. A lot of people say it's ugly. I think it all depends. So there's a sense in which Aberdeen within the UK and certainly within Scotland has a bit of an image PR issue. It's considered to be dull, ugly, very formal, and everything is complicated by this. In 1969, oil was found off the shores of Aberdeen. And so Aberdeen, whose economy was previously funded on on agriculture and fishing and those kind of things, suddenly became dominated by the oil industry. And Aberdeen became really, really wealthy, really, really fast. So, I don't know, can you read it? Oh, yeah, because it looks small there, but you can read it there. So, in 2010, Aberdeen had the 6th highest disposable income in the whole of the UK, despite its peripheral status. There wasn't lots of wealth because the oil industry had created a lot of high-paying jobs. There had been also a sense that there were more jobs than people, so people were coming to the city was growing. But what this meant was that the city was seeing such when you get rich so fast that you get somewhat blinded by your fate. And so the city has very much completely put all its economic development eggs in the oil basket. There's been no real local economic planning for any kind of other industry. There's been no investment in any kind of industry other than those that support the energy, oil particularly. And the problem with that was that at one point, around 2010, I think it was, or just after 2010, oil prices started to drop really dramatically. So Aberdeen had his own personal, citywide recession just before COVID hit, just before Brexit hit. And so when all of these things happened, and the UK, largely for self-inflicted reason, because Brexit didn't have to happen, was particularly struggling, and is still in, formally, is still in recession. There's a out-of-control inflation, cost of living. But all of these problems have been further heightened in Aberdeen because Aberdeen's economy was already struggling from the previous oil crisis. So the current picture of economy in Aberdeen has changed dramatically in about 10-something years to a situation where there's unemployment, there's actually a very divided city because the oil industry hasn't gone away. The city is now trying to figure out how it continues to benefit from energy transition into something greener than oil. But, the war in Ukraine and the current government's not really high green agenda has meant that there's been a step backwards towards that and a new dependence on oil. And what we have now is a very weird and divided city. So you have a city where the major road has lots of shops that are closed, that are empty, because there's been, it's still seeing an economic downturn. There's a lot more unemployment. There's a whole lot of families who used to rely on the oil industry for income and for generations, because that's what you did if you were in Aberdeen. You worked in the oil industry. You've got no alternatives. But there is still money there is still, the oil industry is still creating wealth just for fewer people. So what you have is a very polarized society. So you might be walking down the main street in Aberdeen and still see more sports cars than I've ever seen before. I can't recognize them because I don't care about sports cars, but I can tell that they look properly expensive, Ferraris, that kind of lemon sports car. But you also turn a corner and you are confronted with real poverty, the kind of poverty we're talking about where people are struggling to feed their children. And this is what I also mean when I say Aberdeen is a weird place that kind of allows you to really take a critical look at those ideas of north-south peripheries because part of the problem of Aberdeen is that there is enough wealth that when you look at the average data for the population, things look good. So it's data for poverty, for various social indicators, it's all right because there's a strata of there are stratas of very wealthy people who skew the data. But there are also, at the bottom, some real pockets of deep, deep disadvantage that become invisible. So whenever there are nation-wide schemes to support poverty, to support areas that struggle, Aberdeen never qualifies because its data, it's too good to qualify. And that means that if you are poor and struggling in Aberdeen, there's no scheme for you, there's no help. So in a way, there's a sense of abandonment. And this is starting to reflect on a series of statistics, health statistics, life expectancy statistics, mortality statistics, and in some kind of really dramatic way. So in unemployment, as I was saying, is now the highest it's ever been. So 1 in 4 members of the population of working age are not working. That's 25% of the population. That is a lot. And in line with what's happening a lot in the UK is that actually there's a lot of in-work poverty, meaning that wages and pay has gone so low that you might well be working but not be making enough money to feed your family. So actually having a job is no guarantee that you will not be poor in the UK in general and in some areas in particular. Life expectancy has stalled, health expectancy has declined. So, unsurprisingly, this is happening more intensely in areas of higher deprivation. And Scotland has long had a problem with drug abuse, and there has been lots of work done in public health to redress this. But even in relatively okay Aberdeen, this is now becoming more of an issue. So drug-related death rate has increased substantially in recent years. So you get a sense of a place that you can look at in many different ways. You can look at some of the statistics and think, this is a fairly well-off place. Look at some of the architecture that I've shown you and thought, yeah, definitely, this looks like a, well-to-do, stable economy city. And there is that. There is an Aberdeen that is very comfortable, very wealthy, and is doing fine. But that's not just the only Aberdeen that exists. Within the same area, there's also different Aberdeens made of people who are struggling to feed their families, struggling with their health, who are unemployed, for whom life is very different from what certainly used to be and from what some of the statistics suggest. And then there's the widest context, because of course, we don't think of Scotland as a whole, as a periphery. We don't think of Scotland as an area of disadvantage. We think of Scotland and we think about the elegance of Edinburgh, the character of Glasgow. And yes, we know that there are areas of poverty in Glasgow, but there's also some of the most exciting and also the most illustrious national, as in Scottish, cultural institutions. But actually, Scotland is also a weird place because it's a place of great health and wealth inequality. It's a place of polarization. So there's a report that's come out just a few months ago, and I hadn't really ever looked at public health data before, but my role at Aberdeen is a lot more broader, as Milena was saying, than just cultural policy. It's looking at all those areas that somehow impinge on social inclusion and cultural diversity. And so, of course, public health is part of that. And it's fascinating to see how public health data around health inequalities intersects and overlaps and helps us explain so much of the data around cultural participation and access to culture. Because you know what? Once you have a play with the data, you realize that the people who don't seem to take advantage of the cultural opportunities in the city, the people who don't engage, who don't participate, are the ones who, surprise, surprise, are struggling with their health, and they're struggling with their income, and they are just struggling. So one of the tragedies of Scotland at the moment is that, as I was saying, there had been historically a great push to try and bring Scottish health in line with health in the other nations of the UK. But over the past few years, the improvements that were happening have stalled. Consider the UK we're now into the 14th year of austerity, which has seen significant cut to welfare spending, to the kind of safety net for people who were struggling. So a lot of the support that people who are struggling used to have available isn't there any longer. The ability of the healthcare to be there for everyone is being put under pressure. So what this report highlights is that whilst there have been, whilst health is on a downward trajectory for the whole of the nation, this is happening in different ways and at different speed for different groups of people. So public health has a very poignant way to refer to deaths that are due to drug, alcohol, and suicide. They're called deaths of despair. And you can see here that 2010 is the year where austerity cuts started, and that there has been, across the board, an increase in deaths of despair all over Scotland. But the thing that I find the most upsetting and the thing that I find the most unacceptable from a social justice perspective is the gap, because the top line indicates the change for people living in the most deprived socio-demographic groups, and the number 5 are the least deprived. So yeah, they're all going up, but look at the gap. So if in 2019, if you lived in a deprived area, you were 20 times more likely to die of a death of despair than if you were living in a non-deprived area. That, to me, is morally unacceptable. Similar here, probable suicide death in 15 to 14-year-old males, which are an interesting group because for 15 to 45-year-old males are also, especially white males, are the people who also tend not to take advantage of healthcare appointments that are there. They're also the people who tend to be least engaged sometimes in cultural activities. It's a group that clearly is being failed by policies across the board. And again, improvements have stalled, but there's still a way too large gap between the most deprived groups and the least deprived. And the statistics that really arrested me, I remember just going around talking to people and saying, why aren't people rioting in the street? Why isn't everybody talking about that? Almost 30% of deaths in 2020 in Scotland were avoidable, meaning that if the people had had access to care, to healthcare, if they'd been able to access the healthcare that was available, those people didn't need to die at that point. I don't know, I think this is astounding. But you see why I think this problematizes how we think about wealthy area, northern peripheries, southern peripheries, because there are peripheries within areas, whether they are in the north, in the wealthy north, in the poor south. I think we need slightly more granular ways of looking at place and at the people who live in places and what they need and how we engage with them and what they might need. And I think that's why thinking about relational placemaking has been so inspirational for me, because it really helps you think of places as centers of meaning constructed by experience, as one of the most influential geographers who came up with the concept has suggested. People experiences construct place at different scales and in different ways. Neighbor, towns, cities are all places. Homes are places. Cities are places, cities within nation states are places, and I think we need to look at how you might have different kind of places within places that problematize the bigger level narrative. Hence why I think relational placemaking is interesting. Because relational placemaking recognizes that it's not policymakers that make places, it's not planners, it's people that make places through the experiences they have in them. And so as policy people, what we should want to aspire to do is to facilitate grassroots democratic engagement processes whereby planning becomes an opportunity to consult meaningfully the largest and most diverse group of people, so that when we start thinking about how we want to develop a place, how do we want to, refurb a beach or a seafront, we don't just think about what other cool places have done, but we think about what do our communities need. And we accept that different communities will have different needs. Some of them you might be able to accommodate in the same space. Some of them might be harder to accommodate, and it's your duty as a planner, as a policymaker, to try and come up with some kind of version of a plan that makes a space usable, accessible, relevant, meaningful, usable, welcoming to as many different groups and communities as you can, acknowledging that you'll never get the perfect space that works fine for everyone, because, because that might be beyond the realm of what's possible within the time and financial constraint that policymakers and planners operate within. But that doesn't mean that you don't try. And so what thinking about places relationally makes you or encourages you to do is to think about places, wherever they are, whether they're peripheries, north, south, as radically plural. There's no way for them to be anything else than plural. And so you're encouraged to think about places as networks of place production rather than places as ready-made objects that you can, produce and plan, and that ultimately cities and places are made up by the diverse and sometimes competing viewpoints of the placemakers. Placemakers being the people who are there, the communities who are there. And so what became obvious to me after a few months in Aberdeen is that there were so many different versions of Aberdeen that you could see if you spent time in the city. Now, not all of them made it into the official or dominant rhetoric and narrative of the city of Aberdeen, but if you were sensitive to that pluralism, you could really start having a conversation with people about some of these Aberdeens that were invisible and how to nurture them, how to make them more visible, and how to make them more inclusive and pluralistic. And so what we did in Aberdeen was very much getting our hands dirty. So part of my role was also to establish connection with the cities. I think certainly in Europe, we have an understanding of the universities as civic institutions. I think in the UK, because higher education has undergone so much marketisation, that connection with the civic has been lost. And certainly, I would say, in Aberdeen, neither of the two universities had a good track record of generous, non-mercenary, non-self-interested engagement with the city. So there was actually bad feeling. I mean, I remember in my first conversations, people telling me openly that they had had bad experiences of working with the university and just, didn't see the university as a partner that was worth engaging with, which made my life a little bit harder. But I just thought, well, we'll have to work really, really hard and demonstrate that there has been a change, that we want to have, that we're making a pledge to the city that we will use our expertise, our facilities, our clout, our influence, our reputation, our connections, a little bit of our funding to really sort of show that we care about the city and that we want to facilitate conversation, play a civic facilitation role, not because it's good for us, not because for our, it's good for our business, but because we care about the city, because we care about the cultural vibrancy of the city, and we recognize that there's work to do, because one of the problems in Aberdeen is that, as you can imagine, the oil industry is not big on philanthropy, certainly not on philanthropy of the arts. I don't know that the arts would necessarily want oil money, so what that means is that there's been a vacuum in Aberdeen where there hasn't been a great commitment from the civic authorities to create an infrastructure of local cultural policy. I mean, there is, but there isn't a rich infrastructure like there is in other places. And the culture of the cultural sector in Aberdeen was very fragmented, probably reflecting the tensions in the city, and the sector was a bit fractious. And, Aberdonian, don't forgive and don't forget, there was a lot of trauma caused by a failed bid to apply for a City of Culture a few years ago that really created division and bad feeling in the city. And there was a difficulty in moving on and having more positive conversation. And I think it was through sheer persistence and collaboration with the other university, conversation, hours and hours and hours of time and hard work spent, championing the city with funders, talking about what was happening outside of Aberdeen, talking about Aberdeen outside of Aberdeen, that really convinced people that my colleague at the other university and I were really wanting to create a collective movement where we didn't want to boss anyone or anybody around. We couldn't do anything on our own, but we just wanted to create a space and facilitate a space for the city to come together and think, okay, so we want more for Aberdeen. Aberdeen deserves more. How do we make it happen? And one of the things that we did was organise what is now called the Aberdeen Cultural Summit. So there was one last year and one this year, and the two universities take a turn hosting it. And we basically invite the city and we have activities, and the point is always to say, what does the city need now? What do artists in the city, what does the creative sector needs now? We figure it out together, we workshop it, and we come up with a list of priorities. And then we just say, right, universities will just now try to work our networks, our contract, and look for funding. We'll just try and work on these priorities. And we will report back next year and see what has been achieved. So there was a lot of work, and we had the second reporting event at University of Aberdeen in one of the big rooms in that big old part of the campus that I showed you before. You've got an image there where about 120 people from the city came to have that conversation. If you told me when I arrived that 120 people would willingly come to just have an open conversation about how do we help Aberdeen, I probably would have thought that was a bit overambitious. It was a lot of work, but what we did was reflect on the year that had been, reflect on how much we'd achieved by working together, and saying, right, what do we do next? And we gave opportunity to showcase successes from grassroots group who had been doing excellent work in the city. So the only art house cinema in the city closed down because of bankruptcy, and a local group of passionate people has taken it over. They've got funding, they've got a development plan, they've got an architect on board to refurbish it. They just made it happen purely because they thought Aberdeen deserved to have a non-commercial cinema that was also a community space. And just how inspiring, you could feel the audience being inspired by what is possible where people of goodwill get together and say, no, we will not stand. We will not let the city lose its only non-commercial cinema. We will do something and we will succeed. It was incredibly powerful. And our tagline was, why not Aberdeen? And the idea being, if we get together, if we work together, there's no reason why anything shouldn't be possible. And this created a new sense of connection and possibility, a new sense of people mentoring one another, bigger organizations starting to have training on how to fill in funding applications for less experienced people. And I'm coming to my end because I know we run out of time. And I think ultimately, trying to make sense post facto of what happened was we had, I think unwittingly, this is academic person looking at what happened instinctively and trying to make sense of it and make it fit in a theory. But I do think that what happened was we realized that all the people in those rooms really cared about Aberdeen, really were unhappy with how Aberdeen had been treated and how Aberdeen was and what was going on. And they just wanted something better, and they were prepared to work together to make that happen. And I think ultimately this is what an ethics of care is based on, is recognizing that there is an unmet need in another, or in this case, in your home, in your place, and decide that you will take the moral responsibility for meeting that need and doing the work that needs to be done to make sure that the need is met. And I find Jen Tronto's model of the 4 steps of care very helpful in this sense. And I think also I found this very helpful in making sense of the drivers and motivation of socially engaged artists who work with communities. For me, these help us making sense of all those instances where people decide that they will do something because they care, not because it's in their interest. And it's that kind of idea of spotting a need, caring enough that you decide that the problem might not be something that you've caused, it's none of your particular, it's not your job to fix, but you will take responsibility for making it better. And then the hard work of caregiving, of making that change happen, of making things better. And then, that kind of relational element. When things happen, when initiative happens, when, for instance, we organize all sorts of training for freelance artists, is also then listening to what happened, is there need been met? Are there needs that intervention has brought to light? What happens now? There has to be a response to the care. And I think this is where we might begin to see a map for action. So what I think here is that if we look at the experience of Aberdeen, what we see is that over time, enough people were willing to put in an effort and time and energy that we were able to demonstrate that there were live networks of care and solidarity in the city, and that they were not just about feelings, they were able to actually bring about actual change and actual improvements. Even improvements that meant that at the second summit, 6 people from Creative Scotland, which is the main arts funder in Scotland, who hadn't been at all present at the first summit, came to see what was happening in Aberdeen. And the hope is that at some point they might decide to support it. There was a sense that we created something by sheer caring and by sheer goodwill and people working together. Now, this is not to deny the fact that when you think about place relationally and how different people make place and different communities construct and frame their own places, there will always be space for conflict, for tension, for friction. Look at the world around, of course there will be. But alongside that, there are also real opportunity for networks of solidarity and goodwill. So this is my last slide, and I like to end with a call for action or just an appeal to you all. And some question that I hope that you might have through this project, some kind of answer for. How might peripheral places, wherever they are in the world, because actually I think sometimes wherever they are on a map, peripheral places struggle with a lot of the same challenges. How can they help care for one another in ways that are mutual and rooted in solidarity? And how can they learn and support one another? And what can we learn from this project? What have you learned that you feel other places, other peripheries, other places are trying to make change might find helpful to know? And what can we learn across boundaries of all kinds about effective bottom-up, place-based, collaborative practice, which seems to be really at the heart of this project? And can your achievement, what you've learned, point towards the contours? Just can it help us imagine what across peripheries and laboratory for careful artistic practice look like? If that was the dream, how do we make it happen, obviously? And how do we put in practice this sharing of knowledge that you've learned across multiple peripheries. But I think the question in blue there is what I hope might begin to come out of this conference and this project. How do we use your learning to almost become a methodology, if you like, that we can borrow, adapt, to make sure that those kind of collaborative practice and democratic practices at the grassroots, become widespread to more than the countries and the partners involved in this great project. And with this question, hope, pray, favor, I leave you, and I hope that there's enough there for you to chew over in the next session. Thank you very much. So I don't know what to do.
It's just 4 o'clock sharp, but if there is any question, very concrete, Snezhana has immediately, okay? It's our doctoral student, Snezhana.
Oh, hello. There's a weird light, so I can kind of see you, not see you.
Thank you very much for a very inspiring presentation. I'm sure that all of us in this room felt solidar with you and Aberdeen. And I believe that most of us here has similar experience or need to give a care or take a care. So I don't know if it's possible to have the last slide on.
This one?
Last slide from presentation. So my question for you would be, since there is an invite to make a connection between peripheries, do you think that peripheries do have strength to cooperate without center? Or from my experience working with different types of minorities, ethnic minorities, refugees in this region, it's always somehow that minority wants to connect with the center. They don't want to remain in the circle of other minorities. So, for example, Romanian community doesn't want to connect with the Roman community. Or, I don't know, refugees from this area doesn't want to be connected, like, minority, in the minority group. So, do you think it can work, just peripheries? Okay, maybe we can connect like India, China, and Africa connected in a new third world division. But also, do you think, is there any grassroots initiative in Aberdeen, or it was needed at Eleonore Belfiore to come to Aberdeen, or, somebody from the center, somebody with the power to give care?
No, such good questions. I think ultimately, I understand what you say about the minority group wanting to connect with some kind of center, but I think we would be doing peripheries an injustice if we didn't recognize that even within a periphery, there are differences of scale and difference of resources and power. So what we did in Aberdeen was we used the universities as centers of civic engagement, but still within Aberdeen. So, if you like, it was still within the periphery, but if you are a really small arts organization that has been a bit isolated and not part of networks, it would be a question of, somebody would email me and say, oh, Ellie, I'm putting together my first bid for Creative Scotland, and I don't know how to put on a budget. Would you have a look at it? Now, anybody who knows me will know that you don't want me to look at a budget. So I said, I don't have a clue about budget, but I'm just going to ask someone from the people, that we've had this conversation with, who has put on lots of applications, and they can help you. And they did. So sometimes it's just, you need an intermediary between really small really small and not well connected and slightly better connected within the periphery. And then the connection with the center comes later, I guess. And no, I think what an Ellie who arrives in Aberdeen did was, I didn't know anyone. I also had the advantage of not being British, not being English, arriving in Scotland, not having a clue, but having a lot of enthusiasm. And so I didn't care whose fault it was. In 2013, Aberdeen failed miserably with his bid. I didn't care about finding now whose fault it was. I was like, well, can we move on? And so it helps to have champions, but you don't make things that aren't there happen. You just connect the dots, and you can use your position to leverage really tiny bit of money from the universities. But sometimes when you're working with coalitions of goodwill, small bits of money go a long way. So no, I don't think you need a person from the center making it happen. You just need somebody who can unlock resources already in the periphery.
Thank you. Well, we have to close, but we are going to split, and in small groups we can discuss. And
I'm
Eleonora is going to visit 3 groups. 15 people will stay in this room. 15 people will go with Tanya to hall, and 15 people with Jelena to multimedia hall. I suggest that people from the same organization divide and go to different rooms, so that not that we have in one room people from the same organizations. And we have to come back here sharp, to coffee break at in 45 minutes, in 40 minutes, a 4:45. Please, let's follow your guides, Jelena and Tanya. And up to 15 people can stay in this. Yeah, Eleonora, one more.
Okay, we will be starting now. Just a very quick organizational announcement before the panel starts. A very quick organizational announcements before the panel start. Two announcements, actually. We have the pleasure to host a performance this evening by Neja Tomšić and Non-Human Group, produced by Bunker, Slovenia, in Cultural Center Magazine tonight at 7:30. So after the panel session, you are all cordially invited to join us as a group in Cultural Center Magazine. All participants of the conference are not paying any kind of ticket or fee for the performance, so please join us to see this very interesting performance Circle in Cultural Center Magazine at 7:30 tonight. After the performance, we will all be also going to a dinner at Radost Fina Kuhinjica, a very beautiful restaurant, and you are also invited to join us. We reserved the many tables so that we can all, as conference participants, sit together in one dinner for those who are interested to join us. So dinner will be probably around 9 when we move from the performance back to Radost Fina Kuhinjica. Those were just two announcements. We hope to see you at the performance and also at the dinner later. And now I'm very happy to, for this panel to start and we all to listen. Anna, please.
Thank you, Tatjana. So welcome back to our first panel of the conference. I'm very humbled by the opportunity to introduce the presenters. The first presentation will revolve around building capacities of artists in the periphery of performing arts and notes from the south of Europe. The panelist is Ksenia Markovic-Božović, and she is working as a research associate at the Faculty of Dramatic Arts. And her primary research areas are encompassing cultural sustainability studies, cultural policies, creative industries, theater management, and policy, as well as green transformation policies and practices within the cultural sphere. She has authored a substantial number of papers in national and internationally significant publications, presented at many conferences, and is actively involved in ongoing international projects funded through programs by European Union. In addition to her academic endeavors, she contributes to projects focused on promotion and advancement of contemporary Serbian culture and creativity, and has either authored and collaborated on the conceptualization of exhibitions showcased at prominent venues in Serbia, such as the Museum of Applied Arts in Belgrade, the Ethnographic Museum in Belgrade, the Serbian Pavilion in London, the Serbian Cultural Center in Paris, and so on. And finally, she is a co-founder of the research platform Green Art Incubator. So Ksenia, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
This is for a slide, yes. Hello once again. Just to organize myself here. Today I will be discussing the results of the research conducted within the framework of Stronger Peripheries project, which focused on mapping the capacity building needs of artists in performing arts field. The core of this research was to investigate artists from independent scene who belong to the broadly understood periphery of performing arts. In the line with the projects and the ideas, and in the line with some things Marta said at the beginning of this conference, this peripheral connotation here refers to artists who are citizens of countries on geopolitical peripheries, who live and work in rural areas, in southern regions of their countries, but also who belong to ethnic, gender, or other minority groups, who are not integrated in traditional large public institutions, who do not belong to mainstream scene, who experiment with non-traditional genres and art forms, build their professional careers in specific, non-classic, often transdisciplinary frameworks. In this sense, the context and the methods of their work are obviously incomparable with dominant models in the field, which is why building capacities of these artists logically implies specific challenges. I would like to start this topic with a thesis that for artists in the performing arts field, particularly those who belong to independent scene, the reasons for remaining in profession are least connected to financial or reputational aspect, but rather with an internal need for artistic creation, for acquiring new skills and self-growth. The career development theories offer us the concept, the theoretical concept, which is adequate to this context, and that is the concept of so-called protean careers. It describes the new logic of horizontal professional movement from one project to another and from one professional context to another, continuously enriching the portfolio with new experiences, with new skills and knowledge. For protean artistic careers, it is specific that they emphasize a self-directed approach to the career, driven by one's own values and not organizational values, but also it is specific that they arise as a necessity prompted by economic uncertainty, by the limitations of employment in large institutional structures, self-organization of artists, and finally production and distribution dependence on project-based funding. So in other words, for these artists, the protean career is choice, but also it's sort of necessity. Another aspect of this phenomenon is the trend of hybridization connected with diversity of roles that artists now undertake. So this hybridity relates to the fact that artists have to assume various work roles. It's not enough for them to be just artists. They have to be managers, marketing experts, technicians, educators, and so on, in order to ensure the sustainability of their work and to ensure resilience in the artistic scene. On the other hand, this diversification of work roles and engagements requires obviously continuous development of skills and knowledge, which greatly exceed, which greatly surpass spectrum of competencies developed within formal education. In this regard, the question arises whether formal education provides a good foundation for performing arts who will operate outside traditional institutional frameworks. What are the deficiencies in knowledge, but also values acquired at art universities and art schools? What are mechanisms to overcome these deficiencies? And finally, what are the practices and experiences in this regard? Broadly said, these were the main research questions of the conducted study, which I'm talking about today. Before I start finally with results, research results, just to tell you a few things about research methodology. The research was organized over 2 years through focus groups composed of 5 to 10 artists living and working in partner countries who actually were shortlisted to produce project within Stronger Peripheries Open Call. So total 11 focus groups were organized and 60 artists were interviewed. The research result could be generally summarized into 3, let's call them meta-narratives. The first one, which I like to call to be or not to be graduated, refers to the limits and boundaries of formal education. The second one is, relates to the intersection and overlapping of process of internationalization and capacity development. And the third, to kind of artistic anxiety due to the imperative of capacity development, which is often actually very distant from their artistic being, from their art and their artistic creation. So let's start from the first one, to be or not to be graduated. So generally, artists believe that there is a strong discrepancy between artistic education, the functioning of artistic scene, scene and European labor market. It seems that training provided by faculties, at least in the countries which were analyzed, assume that graduate artists engage with large organizational system, while the reality, as we all know, is quite opposite. The vast majority of artists are actually forced, or they choose to work in the independent scene, to establish their own troops, to work as freelancers, project by project, and skills that are essential for them in this context, such as international collaboration, management, communication, marketing, fundraising, and so on, are almost completely absent from academic curricula and training. Furthermore, the system of artistic education in performing arts field is also characterized by weak cooperation between different departments and different artistic schools, resulting in an overall lack of interdisciplinarity in the field. Additionally, there is a strong division. There is maybe even the strongest division is between theoretical research, which take place at universities, and artistic training at 3 years academia. So in relation to this, artists note that there is a huge gap between theory and practice, which leads to negative polarization in career terms. So I will cite one of the artists: either you are a researcher, theoretician, or you are an artist. Contrary to this, certain paradigm shift is identified in some of educational system. This shift relates to attempt to let me again cite one of the artists: regain the public mission of art. So from perspectives of universities, this could mean that beside training artists for the stage in the most classical terms, so for actors, directors, set designers, choreographers, and so on, universities now are developing programs, especially at the postgraduate level, aimed at educating professionals who will use artistic skills and knowledge in the service of community intervention, education, activism, and so on. Such intentions certainly relate to the trend of making university civic institutions, as Eleonora mentioned, or trend of linking art with education, with socially responsible and socially transformative action. But also, we have to be honest, this intention relates to the rapid decline of traditional employment opportunities for artists. When it comes to the topic of international path of capacity development, artists mention the importance of training abroad as a route to assessing additional education. Actually, the further south artists are, the more important international experience becomes, and this is not just because of education and training, it is also as a mean of recognition and gaining respect. Artists emphasize also that very often it is impossible to circulate their work even within national borders, so this international cooperation is also perceived as a way of extending life of production. Moreover, we cannot fail to notice something that I have already noticed several times today, that significant number of production on the independent scene are actually realized thanks to the fact that they are part of some international cooperation scheme. On the other hand, this perspective of mobility and working on a common European stage require artists to develop specific competence set ranging from planning projects and placing artistic ideas in broader social context to presenting and pitching artistic concepts. So artists today have to be a polyglot, familiar with digital tool, have to have strategic and managerial competencies, the ability to negotiate, to hire, to discuss, to evaluate results. Then artists should be flexible, adaptable, to have wider knowledge of different social contexts, history, art history. So he or she basically should be something like Superman. Long story short, this means the combination of specific artistic, strategic, relational competencies and meta competencies acquired through process of personal development that largely surpasses not just formal education but professional training. In that sense, this necessary competence set becomes something completely normal for some artists, those with, let's say, better background, while for the others it represents a lack, it represents a gap that needs to be filled through additional work and learning. Finally, we come to the topic of mapping the skills that need to be developed. Among these skills, artists primarily point to importance of acquiring techniques and skills for effectively communicating artistic work, self-promotion skills, as well as the ability to contextualize artistic ideas and articulate project proposals. Additionally, artists who are leading small artistic groups highlight the need for training in project management, which would incorporate the development of administrative competencies, financial management, time management, networking, marketing, and so on. Still, talking about this as a subtext, there is all the time, continuously, a sense of dissatisfaction and ambiguity among artists regarding this pressure to be managers or to conform their artistic work to predefined frameworks, which are often and usually imposed by application requirements that aim to align artistic work with objective and goals of various social agenda. So basically, artists want to build these competencies, but they also feel something like, come on, I don't need to be manager, I don't need to know everything about every social agenda. It's too much for me. I do not have enough words, enough understanding for all these things. So it is quite cynical that these goals and these objectives, which are good by themselves, such as public development, contributing to inclusion, contributing to gender equality, ecological justice, and so on, simultaneously represent a difficulty for artists who often struggle to find an adequate language or understand how to respond to these expectations. Nevertheless, as I said, they perceive these skills in this context as crucial for them, particularly due to the lack of financial resources to delegate this task to others, and also identified lack of cultural managers. Another competence set which are important according to artists are those related to with the notion to be better informed, necessity of learning and adopting new skill practices, participatory methods, and community cooperation. Artists want to have a time, to have place, to have possibility to read, to learn, to discover different fields, and actually in various contexts they emphasize the importance of this research process. So the impression is that although not explicitly articulated, a prevailing attitude among artists is that the implementation of artistic research courses at all levels of study would be of great significance for future generations. Currently, this type of courses is present only in doctoral artistic studies, which are still not the standard for vast majority of countries in Southern Europe. At the end, because I think that I'm speaking already too long, instead of conclusion, I would like to draw attention to another finding regarding something that I called feeling of isolation, which is not directly in the context of education, but I think that it is important for as a factor of thinking about these analyzed questions. Artists do have this feeling of isolation, and I think it is very important to examine these things, especially in the project that is dedicated to this peripheral context. But what is very specific is that their feelings of isolations are quite different. For example, artists in Portugal speak of great differences in the opportunities for artists in large cities compared to small and rural areas. Then artists from Hungary feel sidelined and marginalized due to a rigid political system that emphasize differences between them in the East and colleagues from Western Europe. Then artists from Romania focus on specificities of so-called transitional artistic system and their identification as the members of a transitional generation of artists, which of course entails a sense of marginalization also. And then on the other hand, we have Italian artists speaking about marginalization and peripherality of their practices, explaining that classical formats and classical institutions are still in the focus both of cultural policy and the audience, so that is why they are feeling sort of marginal and peripheral. So again, long story short, at this point, the difference among different focus group are pretty much noticeable. And this artist feeling of marginality, beside the fact that all of them do not belong to what we might call the mainstream scene, differ depending on various factors related to socio-economic circumstances. And in that sense, I cannot help but notice, and with this I would conclude, that exactly in these feelings of peripherality are actually hidden dominant and pressing issues of cultural but also social system to which they belong. So these were, thank you for your attention. These were just part of findings and more about research and other results and conclusions. You will be able to read in a book that soon will be released as outcome of Stronger Peripheries project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ksenia. So we will have a Q&A session after all the presentations, so please save your questions for later. The second presentation of today revolves around collaborative turn in the performing arts and will be held by Biljana Tanurovska-Kulakovski from Lokomotiva Center for New Initiatives in Arts and Culture from Skopje in North Macedonia. I'm sure many of you already know Biljana, but I will shortly introduce her. So Biljana Tanurovska-Kulakovski is a cultural worker, researcher, and curator at the intersection of dance, theater, and visual arts performance, working as a freelancer and as a program director of Lokomotiva. She's also a co-researcher for the Digital Archive of Dance and Performance, course leader of curatorial practices and context, co-mentor of the Critical Practice Made in Yugoslavia program and Reimagine project. She curates exhibitions, festivals, and other events. She researches and works on programs related to feminist, environmental, curatorial practices and performance, working conditions, and cultural policies. She also teaches and is the author and editor of text journals and books, and she holds a PhD from the Faculty of Drama Arts in Belgrade, for which she won NCAT International Research Award. So Biljana, thank you, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna, for introducing me. Thank you for inviting me here to be part of the project, but also of the conference. Firstly, I want to position from which stand I will talk from. Actually, Anna said millions hats I wear, as we tend to say, but mostly I'm part of the independent cultural scene in North Macedonia in Skopje, scene where I work for 20 years, and this is the position that it's always related regionally and internationally. That's why we could have sustained and be part of this scene for so many years. So anyhow, I would like to contribute, to give a contribution here regarding proposals of something that I call communal strategies or tactics and collective work, which are reshaping the paradigm, context, and politics of work in culture in the independent cultural sector, and use equitable and feminist perspectives. I don't see here just the slides. Anyhow, I'll continue talking. Feminist perspectives and models of governing based on values as conviviality, distribution of power, caring, sensitiveness, softness, and embracement of diversities. And, okay, I just don't see it here. So. It's okay, it's totally fine. Anyhow, there are two of these strategies I would like to propose at this moment and to present, and those are, as I named them, pluriversing and transforming, enduring, in resisting. There are probably many others that we can discuss for, but I propose now these two as perspectives or strategies of communal action, or something that might be addressed as something that I call collaborative turn, that brings attention and insists on these values, which started being marginalized especially due to economization of culture and neoliberal impact on it, which is bringing skills and values based on turnovers, financial capitalization of the product of the art, market-driven actions in culture, etc., but also due to the rise of the populist, authoritarian, nationalistic, and illiberal political streams that it's not only in this region, I mean post-Yugoslavian region, but also in EU and elsewhere. However, I would like to start with a short overview of the surroundings and shifts, that occurred in the region, as well as other global shifts, and how they influence the collaborative turn as a practice that work on prevention by putting in action the convivial world where we want to live in. We have witnessed various collaborative actions in the region over the past decades, which have united experiences and legacies from ex-Yugoslavia region, emphasizing collective work, self-organization, diverse, resilient actions. The performing arts field have emerged as a key player in these actions, particularly the independent cultural scene, which is proposing various tactics for reforming and performing collaboration and systems of production. However, these perspectives are shaped by contextual changes in the region, including the political turmoil and shifts in the system, transitioning from socialism with a human face to turbo-capitalistic systems, followed by the wild privatization of the public sphere, as we can see every day. In Skopje, especially with the Skopje 2014 project that we talked about briefly in one of the discussions. However, throughout these changes, the independent cultural scene has played a central role in resisting and challenging such policies. And, something is blurred and it's not working. Anyhow, this is not what I see here, and you are not seeing the same slide, but anyhow, I will continue then. After more than a decade of such regional efforts, I just wanted for you to see what has been done and some of the things because we are talking about many failures, but also we did a lot of different changes, and I would like to see them as a system changes in this ex-Yugoslavia or post-Yugoslavian space. Kind of a shift occurred, system changes were pushed forward, models of governing production and distribution. Thus, we can witness the development of associations of independent scene in the different countries, also new unions, one in Slovenia for the independent cultural workers, civil, public, private, institutional models, regional networks, collaborative models for co-curating, mentoring, etc. These political shifts are as constant are shaping this public sphere, or as Professor Dragicevic-Šečić would note, an important characteristic of former Yugoslav cultural space must be noted, namely there is a division between the public and counter-public cultural spheres, where counter-public is related with authoritarian, populist, and illiberal societies, but it refers to these cultural agents of a civil society that create their own ecosystem, as she named it, as we haven't agreed with the politics of our illiberal, populist, and authoritarian societies. However, other changes were related to political reshaping of the space, that some of these countries become part of European Union and others remained in Western Balkans, top-down formation of a space that is a political periphery of Europe, and with that also some of the previous comrades and brothers and sisters spaces. In such a reshaped system, we continue to push forward our legacies until tiredness, common efforts from the past and values. However, diverse crises occurring, combined with the right-wing politics and nationalism rising, such as we had COVID, gas crisis, wars, environmental crisis, other disastrous activities around us, seems that somehow our common legacies and values started fading out, or more, maybe we're trying and rethinking how to revive them. And I will quote here Arturo Escobar, which in his book Design for the Pluriverse Radical Interdependence, Autonomy and the Making of the Worlds, would say temporary ecological and social crises are inseparable from the model of social life that has become dominant over the past few centuries, whether characterized as industrialism, capitalism, modernity, neoliberalism, anthropocentrism, rationalism, patriarchy, secularism, or Judeo-Christian civilization, end of quote. He speaks about transition discourses, most contemporary these transition discourses as radical cultural and institutional transformation, transition to another different world. And then later on he quotes, or he refers to Ivan Illich that in 1973 also proposes that we have to transit from industrial to convivial societies. These crises that we are all aware and we are part of everywhere in the world have brought different considerations that are not only related to dealing with these crises or reacting on them, but also to start thinking about the prevention. How we can prevent, if not fostering, developing, and supporting mentioned feminist, equitable, and even eco-feminist, if someone wants, as one of the values, as one of the bases on which our working skills, way how we work, communicate, or the politics of work and their governance will be based on. Can this, what I'm saying about collaborative turn, thus besides being an entrepreneur, entertainers, and having all these skills, can be caring, sensitive, non-judgmental, but critically reflective and politically aware, enabling safe and equitable spaces rather than spaces in which we compete and compare. I'm also aware that these values has been commodified, okay? Has been commodified by businesses who affirm them, but difference is in action. And I put an accent on this, not in the use of the notions that mostly has been jargonized. How to activate actions that would prevent the spreading of these tendencies and forward our legacies and specificities of communal strategies. We might become killjoys Okay? As Sarah Ahmed termed feminist killjoys, refers to feminists who do not stay calm and silent when offended or marginalized or misused, and they're always giving back their perspective and constantly are repeating it. So might we have become the cultural killjoys, to borrow this and reshift this into a neologism, this term? So to be a cultural killjoys to the neoliberalist and populist politics which emphasize the prosperities that are mostly driven by the decor of art, gentrification, as we can hear more and more, economization of culture, colonization of cultural spaces with business values also. So to be a cultural killjoy is to repeat the equitable feminist values and endure in the activating. That might be something that is a characteristic of this, what I would like to bring here for discussion, a collaborative turn that I present today, at least how I see it in my surrounding. Just I would like to also mention Eva Majewska. She is also a feminist who reminds us in her text, feminists will not be televised by Gramsci, that he wrote that times of transition bring up monsters, and we can see them, referring to the feminist struggles in these times, saying that we are not ready yet for feminist measures of justice because feminism is not given, it is under the construction. So I refer to this. I know that we are in a constant transitions, and I'm aware that proposed values are not given, and that's why I propose this, but are always under the construction. Thus, collaborative term is to remind on them and to insist on activating them constantly. So pluriversing them, transforming them will enable us to resist in the constant under construction, meaning we have to activate them not only in the certain actions, but also in, as we heard, education, production of knowledge, in their support as part of the politics of work, capacities of building, and the system of production and politics. So in this relation, I would like to give a few examples of new coalitions that bring forward those values and politics of work. Pause. The examples I would like to represent as a part of these communal strategies, pluriversing and enduring, transforming as resisting. First of all, as you can see, these nouns are put in verbs because I insist in this type of action. So as Miriam Ekaba, an activist and writer, is proposing when talking about hope, she says that we need to put hope in action. She's saying that the hope is a discipline, and it's neither just a feeling nor a horizon, but the project of a communal labor. Hope is a daily practice that we undertake together using the resources we already have. So pluriversing and enduring, transforming as resisting, as proposed as a communal strategies of action, creating new coalitions or collective performscapes. First one, the idea of pluriverse goes to Arturo Escobar, coined by the Mexican Zapatistas, strives for a world in which many worlds fit a multiplicity of cultures or voices. Or as he says, the proposal is not a call for a new hegemony, but for an end of the hegemony of any system, for taking leave of the universals of modernity and moving into the pluriverse of interculturality, or transiting from industrial to convivial world. And pluriversing, as proposed communal strategy or way of working together, means to put the action in claim, supporting dispersion of different sensibilities, ways of being together, creating without exploiting or competing, but creating a spaces of convivial action. Such an example is the Rehearsing Feminist Future platform. It's a platform that started by T-Think organization from Skopje, that a keynote speaker for tomorrow, my dear friend, and a colleague, Kristina Lelovec, will talk in detail about, but however, hereby, I would like to give it as an example where feminist rehearsing is presented as a methodological approach that supports polyvalent actions and introduces and allows diverse voices to be heard, foregrounding feminist approach as one that enables redistribution of power, enabling access, working conditions, and sharing the resources. Thus, this platform, these are only photos, is pluriversing by creating a space that cares for those who are most vulnerable in the field of culture, workers in the independent performance scene, whose poor working conditions and precarity, limited access to space and funds, makes them a periphery in the periphery. So this platform supports these workers, make them stronger by creating this support system where conviviality is born from within, as community is built and solidarity is practiced, where the trans individuality becomes part of it. And here, trans individual is a term of Ana Vujanović and Bojan Cvejić. They coined in their book, Towards the Trans Individual Self, a study of social dramaturgy. But anyhow, Ana Vujanović is talking in another text, The Collective Body of the Pandemic, explaining the trans individuality is the content of a social reform. Transformation and resistance to the dominant neoliberal capitalist narratives that the collective is an oppressive formation. On the contrary, she also says, the individual has a benefit from entering the collective that supports her or his idea, develops it, and even a person can be transformed as more than individual. Vujanović further says that every art is trans-individual, I agree, that it is more than an individual and arises in a relationship, its support of the community and the collective. And this is actually what this platform enables, is trans-individualizing and pluriversing the togetherness by the mentioned approaches, enabling owners' redistribution, sharing and remodeling the space, but also the aesthetics. The other, okay, these are different photos. The other proposed tactic or strategy, if you want, enduring and transforming as resisting, is with the example of Nomad Dance Academy, a regional platform that exists since 2005, in the space of post-Yugoslavia, grounded in the insistence of joint thinking, ownership redistribution, sharing, horizontality, and self-governing through a system of collaborative bodies as individuals and organizations, practicing the principles of balance, invitation, and open space. These principles are basis for insisting or preserving such engagement of collaborative efforts, shared ownership, and resources. So briefly, balance suggests, maybe I put them somewhere, okay. Balance suggests that we should have a balance in any type of considering gender, contextual, intercommunity, and partnership balance, which should prevent centering, enable the peripherization, or drawing of another system of sharing among each other that enables equitable approach. This principle is based on rule of three, and this is something that refers to minimum number of people or persons presented in a group that can be a basis of a collective or of joint decision. This principle, the second one of invitation, is a proposal to replace this method of selection that we think is based on competition and competitiveness as its essence. But this principle has an affirmative form of selection. Thereby, we invite, with invitation, we affirm the invitee while offering space for joint work and cooperation. That is, sharing of resources, power, and belonging. And the third principle, the principle of open space, offers opportunities for surprise, gives room to have no predetermined system, or gives the possibility for experimentation, for a presence of new appearances, expressions, voices, or forms that will be created through the process. These principles enable soft skills development, equitable participation, or the presence of diverse knowledge, experiences, practices, and skills where no singular knowledge is centralized as the most important or significant. And at the end, I would like shortly to end with the new initiative, Performance Platform Festival by Lokomotiva organization, the new festival that we started. that unfolds its program throughout the year based on the collaboration with other small festivals across the country, region, and moreover. So our goal is to promote a feminist approach in curating, thus sharing the resources or redistribution of the resources and developing these convivial approaches to distributing programs to diverse audiences. So this festival reimagines this distribution of artworks beyond the one-dimensional approach by fostering multi-regional ongoing partnerships. And just to add, Locomotiva transformed actually its festival locomotion into another program and now another festival, because we had a festival that existed from 2008 to 2015, and we had to stop it due to implicit, I would say, censorship of the government at that time, which didn't support us for many years. And the last edition we titled as Festival of 2,000 euros, because this was how much we gained. So to oppose the exploiting and self-exploiting, we stopped it and transformed it. So however we endured in transforming our programs and models of presenting them, we resisted imposed illiberal proposals or conventional and business-driven policies which insisted on other than contemporary performing arts and spaces for experimentation. So this is the model we think that additionally persists on these collaborative models, especially on festivals, which more and more are becoming spaces of industry and competition in our surrounding. And to end, this is our attempt to accent that future life is possible only in places of solidarity, equity, and conviviality, to repeat the mantra of the presented collaborative turn in the context. So let's stay cultural killjoys that would endure in such actions and post-development of diverse strategies of communion, of interdependence and care, based on countless united molecules of solidarity that would always shake with honesty and critical reflection, but also always with care and joy. So thank you.
Thank you, Biljana, for this very, very inspiring presentation. The final presentation of today will revolve around reigniting cross-border solidarity by Jacques Laroche from the Faculty of Media and Communications in Belgrade. Jacques is a political activist, technologist, writer, and educator. In New York, he was involved in the Occupy movement, as well as the activistic collective Strike Debt. Later in Miami, Florida, he worked with various local organizations, grassroots initiatives, and activists at the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement. In addition to activism, Jacques uses his technological and philosophical training to explore the intersection of science, politics, and society. Jacques.
Awesome. I'm so glad to see this. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out. I know that it's not easy to take time out of your day and to give attention and to focus on things with so much going on in the world and in our own lives at home and all of that good stuff. So I appreciate every single one of you being here and focusing. Thank you so much. That's where I want to start off. So my talk is called Reigniting Cross-Border Solidarity, and I'm going to be doing this by, what I'm doing is re-examining, but for many of you it might be the first examination of two artists from the 20th century. One of them is still alive, so Aaron and Emery Douglas. Okay, so let's get into this. So that's me. I am working at the Center for Digital Curiosity. You can find me there. I'm a co-founder, and you can reach me online and all that good stuff, spam me and all that. That's okay. Okay, so the way I usually like to do things is to paint a picture of where we're going before we get there. So the first thing we're gonna start off by looking at the current geopolitical moment that we're all seeing transpire and evolve right in front of our faces. Then we'll move on into what I call conceptualizing the endpoint. We'll be thinking about the past, the present, and the future through the art of Aaron Douglas, right? And then the third section will look at what is actually possible in this world by taking a step back and looking backwards at what was already done in very similar moments full of possibility and hope. We'll be doing that through the eyes and the work of Emory Douglas, and then we'll have some final thoughts and hopefully some time for question and answer. So let's move on. So the current moment, right? So this is the world that we are in, right? For some of us, I hope not the people in this room, some of the power structures that are underpinning the entire global world order might seem a little bit invisible, but if you've had your head under a rock or not really looking around, there's something gestating and coming into fruition that we can call the multipolar world, right? So what is that, right? Now, it's going to be a little bit difficult for me to zoom down into my notes, so just give me a second to get out my actual laptop. Okay. So what's going on here? So we've got a bunch of different actors across the globe that a few of them we'll see here are pretty much continuously proving that they must, can, and have to exist outside the bounds of what we can call the hegemonic rule-based order led by the United States and all of their little vassals, right? So what I strongly advise with all of these folks that we're seeing on the screen now, who are a part of a representation of this new kind of global order that is coming to fruition, I would really advise us not to get caught in this kind of idea of they must be perfect, right? We're judging, I see a lot of people judging these forces off of a imaginary perfection, right? If this country does X, Y, and Z, and they didn't do it the way that it should be done, which is perfection, then therefore I throw them into the garbage, and this is like a non-viable project, and yada, yada, yada. So we need to get over that, because we usually don't hold the current political order to the same standards, so I don't know, it's propaganda, that's why we do that, right? So don't miss the forest for the trees is the first thing. The second is, I think what we need to do is look at this moment and see that what's important is solidarity still. Even though there's something that's coming to fruition that might, solve a lot of problems for the world majority and for the former periphery, we need to understand the importance of solidarity, because what it does is when we work from the bottom up together to create cross-border and international solidarity initiatives and everything else, what we're doing is infusing into this new multipolar world the idea that it needs to have the morals and the ethics of this kind of cross-border solidarity, right? So it behooves us not to wait till things are finished and then, somehow magically imagine that they're going to solve all of our problems, and understand that we need to be active participants in this process as it's unfolding, right? Let's see. That basically covers everything I wanted to say there, and let's keep on going. So let's conceptualize the endpoint. What does that mean? We're gonna think about how we can build, what solidarity actually means, right? You have to have a shared vision with a certain group of people that you can define, right? And that shared vision can move everybody into a certain endpoint, a place that you all want to go, right? Without that kind of shared vision, which I think is made up of a shared conception of the past, right? A shared conception of the present, and some kind of idea of where it is possible to go, then what is the solidarity for? We don't really know. So we'll do this through the work of this brother named Aaron Douglas, who was born in 1899, right? So, and we want to think about what that actually means, right? 1899 is just 34 years after the end of the supposed end of slavery within the United States after the Civil War, right? So this guy's like 1/3 of a century, just like maybe one person's small lifetime right after that moment, and he's born, right? He was part of the Harlem Renaissance. If you don't know what that was, it was a movement that began in the 1920s in the United States. It significantly shaped black art within the US and arguably across the world. He also worked with all sorts of central figures, W.B. Du Bois and others, with the things that the artwork that he was making. So what's important he was also, side note, part of the American Communist Party in the 1930s. But for our purposes, what's important here is he was promoting a new black cultural identity, right? So he made a demarcation point, and his artwork was specific. It was for a specific purpose, to uplift a people, and it was done in a very specific way that we can learn about for our purposes. Right, so how did he do this? Through his artwork, I'll be focusing on mainly one exhibition, an exposition that was called the Texas Centennial Exposition of 1936, which was actually a celebration of Texas's independence in 1836. So this guy slid on in as a black man and had his artwork within this exhibition showing the face of the new Negro, right, in 1936. So how did he do this, right? So it's going to be a little bit difficult with the microphone here, but we'll try to dissect some of this work together, right? So what he's really known for is juxtaposing or amalgamating the past, the present, and the future into one piece of artwork, right? So that there's, over here, you see people in bondage, right? So that's clearly the past, along with this ship that is, showing you visually the Atlantic slave trade, right? But there's also this sort of resilience in the figures. And you look at this central figure right here who's gazing at this star, right? That's bringing across this light. So that can be looked at the North Star. But in the genius of Aaron Douglas is this star could also be interpreted as the Lone Star State, right? The Lone Star State of Texas. Sorry, so he slid on in this way. But this is the aspirations of the future and the possibility of emancipation, right? So this is just one example in the piece is called Into Bondage. Everything always all at once, the past, present, and future. So now I just there's 4 pieces in particular that were imagined in one room. They were all side by side, and they went from left to right. This was the one all the way on the left, right? So this one is anchoring everybody into the past, right? It's got, it's called The Negro in an African Setting, and it's got the central figure in the middle is this kind of communal setting of that's focused on art, right, with dance and music and everything else. And he always has these reverberating geometric patterns in his work, right? So that is kind of like the reverberation of the community, right, and the sound of the music. It can be like looked at as sound waves in some way, right? But regardless, it moves across space and time, and we've got these strong figures, right, that are basically, you can think of as part of the community and warriors and whatnot. So this is the past, right? Then we move one to the right, and we would have seen this, which is called From Slavery Through Reconstruction. And now we start to see a deeper mixing of past, present, and future, right? So we've got this central figure here who's holding this light, and it's also reverberating out this light, right? Past, present, and future. And he's pointing to what can be the future, what can be the place that we can all go, right, as this group. This is the work of Aaron Douglas, right? And then you got all these other figures on the outside who are also partly representing the past, right? Picking cotton, whatnot, but through determination and through just sheer will and just overcoming trials and tribulations, moving into the future you see this figure breaking the chains, right? And then in the back, it's really hard to see, but you also have figures that are standing up that are soldiers, right? So fighting, which, represents, these things have to be done through work, right? There were blacks who fought in the Civil War for their own freedom, right? And then moving towards this place that there's a factory building, there's a kind of like something that looks like a capitol, right? So let's keep going. So in this, you have all of that, where we're going, where we were, how we overcame, where we are now, right? Again, same thing here with music central in the middle of the painting. Ideal of the Deep South is the name of this piece, and again, this star, right? This shining star that can be looked at as the North Star. That's the guiding light, and also the aspiration. And then the last piece that would have been all the way across onto the right, so juxtaposing that with the first one, which was the past, this one is the future, right? But still mixing past, present, and future in here, with sound is the central theme here that connects everybody together. Aaron Douglas was a brother who was very deeply tuned into the jazz music scene of the day. And the giant buildings, right? There's also, I have to point out, the reverence for science and technology here, right? As a means to go to a place that we can all go that is better, right? So there's all of this in this with the gear and everything and the factory chimneys and whatnot. So just real quick, last few pieces. This one over on the left is called Aspiration. This was also at the Texas Centennial. And it's the perfect representation of all of that. It just does all of it. It's got the science and tech, the women holding the book, the whole thing. And the one on the right is 8 years later, called Building More Stately Mansions. Perfect name, right? Because the past here is this allusion to Africa. Obviously, right? You have this like triangle figure that can be the pyramids. You've got something that looks like the Sphinx, other figures, but juxtaposed with a possible future in terms of buildings and people doing the work, right? So this is how you can unify. This is an idea of unification. This was actually his goal, stated goal, right? To get a people electrified and understanding where they were, where they are, and where they can go. I had to do this because I'm Haitian. So just honorable mentions, 2 more pieces of his. One called Defiance, very early on in 26. On the right, the founding of Chicago, 1933. Why? Because of the Haitian Revolution, right? Over here on the left, this is clearly a figure representing the fighters of the Haitian Revolution. And on the right, it's a guy named Jean-Baptiste Pointe-du-Sable, who is actually the founder of Chicago. So he was a fur trader. He came to Chicago. He was the first founder of Chicago. So same here with the past, present, and future, and rising out of the ashes of bondage to take control of your own destiny. So now what is possible, right? Now that we've defined this kind of way that you can encapsulate a people or any kind of group that you want to predetermine and then electrify them with these ideas. We talked about Skopje and this sort of like reconstruction of the past, right? There's a reason for that, right? They do these things for a reason, right? So, but what is possible based out of what actually happened? We'll look at that through the eyes of Emory Douglas and the Black Panther Party, right? So who's Emory Douglas? He was born in 1943, and he was the Minister of Culture of the Black Panther Party from 1967 to 1980. He is still alive, and he completely redesigned the Black Panther paper, the newspaper that was a means of educating and uplifting and informing the masses of black people in the United States during this very pivotal time. So let me get into the right section on my laptop here so that I can not miss any notes. Oh, yes. So he was born in Michigan. At 12 years old, he was sentenced to 9 months at a juvenile correctional facility for truancy and fighting. I know we've got an international audience here. The word truancy means skipping school. So Then, a little bit later, he was also sentenced to an additional 15 months. He went to a youth training school in California, and this is where he learned the basics of commercial printing, which would serve him very well in his future. He also studied graphic design at City College in San Francisco. He met a lot of towering figures. He joined the party, the Black Panther Party, in 1967. After meeting the founders at, doesn't matter, Cultural Political Center, which actually, no, that is important for this talk. And then he became the Minister of Culture not long after. He was very inspired by third world struggles and the art of third world struggles, right? That had this very specific ethos and a specific type of look and feeling to it, right? And again, from the start, very deliberate, he was using art, it was his own words stated, he's using art as a method of propaganda, not in the bad sense, and outreach and education. So let's see, through his art, what was actually happening at the time. I want to pick 3 topics, right? Just through the eyes of his art to show you things that are possible in terms of cross-border and international solidarity that we surely need now. All my stuff is sourced, as I always do. So over here on the left, April 18th issue of 1970 of the Black Panther newspaper, we have this brother here with an automatic weapon of some sorts, and basically what it says is, it's a line that's saying, we need to build fighters that are capable of holding their own against 100 other enemies, whatnot. And over on the right, in 1969, the October 25th issue of the Black Panther newspaper, we have, who is this, right? Kim Il-sung. Why is he on the cover of this paper? That doesn't make any sense, right? No, it does. It does. And we also have Eldridge Cleaver, right? Who was the Minister of Education and the head of the international section, which we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at him a lot. So why Kim Il-sung, right? Because North Korea. Well, let me take a step back. So this example, the first of 3, is an example showing that we can have international training programs. And we'll talk about one type, a couple others towards the end, but this one type. So North Korea, they provided military training for revolutionaries, right? How did all of this come about? Why is he on the cover? So in 1969, Eldridge, he visited North Korea to attend an anti-imperialist journalist conference, right? It was great. And he learned about this North Korean philosophy or way of looking at things that is called Suche. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and it's spelled Juche. So important for this context, I've heard many conversations already in this gathering that warrant looking at Suche because it's the North Korean idea of self-reliance, right? So being able to accomplish your goals that you've set out with the material conditions or the things that you have within your reach where you are, without having to get more, right? Do what you can with what you have. And this totally resonated with Eldridge, brought it back, incubated it into the party because it was very helpful. And then we'll look at a little bit more of what was happening in North Korea at the time. So we have this scholar named Benjamin Young, who I'm just going to quote really quickly. He says, the North Korean leaders supported the Third World Movement in symbolic and material ways in the 1960s and 70s, right? In 1969, January 3rd through the 10th was proclaimed in the DPRK as the Week of International Solidarity for supporting the national liberation struggle of the Asian, African, and Latin American peoples. In 1976, Kim Il-sung explained his theory of a unified Third World movement. He stated, the newly emerging forces in Asia, Africa, and Latin America must confront the imperialist strategy of destruction one by one with the strategy of unity. They must not only solidly unite politically, but closely cooperate economically and technologically as well. Is that not what we are seeing today? if we are reading history in the right way, right? So very important thing. And then he goes on to say, the North Korean government went a step further by training 2,000 guerrilla fighters from 25 countries from the mid-1960s to the late 1980s, most notably members of the Japanese Red Army, the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and the official Irish Republican Army. They all received training in North Korea. However, he goes on to say members of the Black Panther Party most likely did not partake in the guerrilla training, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. And I'll just take a minute to show you. If you can play that audio in just 1 second, I'm gonna play you audio that shows you that's not true. The person who's gonna be speaking is a brother named Daruba bin Wahad, who is still alive, and he is talking about Oseku Udinga, I believe his name is, Sekou Udinga, my bad, who was alive at the time Daruba was saying this, but has recently died. Go ahead.
So things have gotten this way because of this history. And this is only a small part of this history that I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is stuff that directly, that we were directly involved in. The stuff that was happening internationally, which we were indirectly involved in, like Sekou Odinga. If Sekou Odinga was a white boy, they would get Brad Pitt to play his role as a born advocate, born supremacy type character. Here's a man, Sekou Odinga, who was one of the Panther 21, who when they came to get us at 4 o'clock in the morning, sneaking up on us with these SWAT teams, escaped, actually heard them organizing down in the street. Escaped from being surrounded down a drain pipe, 5 stories up, slid down the drain pipe. Drain pipe was peeling behind him, slid down the drain pipe behind the police who were cordoned off the whole neighborhood. Slipped out the cordon, escaped down south, hijacked the plane, went to Cuba, stayed in Cuba with Andrews Cleaver, went from Cuba to Algeria as part of the international section, worked with the Palestinians and the PLO, George Abbas and the PFLP, went and trained in the Congo, and then when the Black Panther Party chapter in Algeria dispersed, he went to North Korea, trained with Frelimo, and came back into the United States through Canada and ran the Black Underground and has helped Assata escape from prison. He was the one that was the mastermind of that. Sekou Odinga. If that don't sound like a Hollywood script, I don't know what does.
So I tried to clean that up as best as I possibly could, but the brother was basically saying that Sekou fled from the police, escaped, blah, 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 but ended up training in North Korea. So very amazing story. I wanted to highlight the reality and the gravity of these situations. So we've got 2 more. We've got Revolutionary International Fighting Brigades, right? Through the January 9th, 1971 issue of the Black Panther newspaper, and also the November 15th, 1969 issue. So what does this say up in the corner? This tells it all. So Huey Newton, who was the co-founder of the Black Panther Party, and also its chief theoretician, in 1970, he made a bold move. He offered troops to the Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam to fight against American imperialism. Now, I wish I had enough time to actually read you the excerpt of the letter that he sent to the PRG, to the commander there, who responds. I'll just read you this short piece, but you should look it up. It's really beautiful and amazing. He says, in the spirit of revolutionary solidarity, the Black Panther Party hereby offers to the National Liberation Front, the Provisional Revolutionary Government of South Vietnam, an undetermined number of troops to assist in your fight against American imperialism. And the response is, with profound gratitude, we take notice of your enthusiastic proposal, and when necessary, we shall call on you for your assistance. So these are things that are possible. Let's keep going. The third is international safe havens, right? Surely and sorely needed. So over on the left, we have the 1969 issue of August 9th, and then on the right, another 1969 issue of June 28th. On the left, it says the Black Panthers are going to a Pan-African cultural festival in Algeria, in Algiers, and on the right, calling attention to some Latino comrades that were taken off the board and needed to be brought back into action. So basically, the story here, the short of it, is Eldridge Cleaver fled to Cuba as a political exile in 1968 to Cuba. And then after that, he went to Algeria and he started the international section. It was basically an embassy for the Black Panther Party, for them, a base of operations for them to work out of. Now, I'm not gonna get into the details of like what happened and this and that and the other. That's not the point. I would like to have those conversations offline and preferably with a telephone in a freezer and part of this after session, right? But the point is to understand what is possible, right? And to learn from the past and see what can be done again. Okay. The last piece here is just the plain old fact that solidarity begets solidarity, right? The last thing that we should remember. This on the left says Afro-American solidarity with the oppressed people of the world. On the right, right back at you, says solidarity with the African-American people in a number of different languages. Now, these are both the work of Emory Douglas, but over here on the right, it was produced for ASPAL in Cuba in 1968, a revolutionary conference, and part of the agenda there was to set up training camps all across the world to assist in the global struggle. And he made it with a brother named Lazaro Abreu. Okay. So, closing thoughts, we'll just end here right quick. Okay, so the examples that I gave, right, are pretty much, they're all military related, right? Why did I do that? Because I believe that everything has a time, a place, and a role to play. I'm gonna give you two other examples real fast that are not military related, but I wanted to stress that fact because as much as we may be squeamish about these things, this is the reality, right? So coming from Haiti, like having Haitian ancestry, it's always made it very plain to me that our independence struggle from 1791 to 1804 could not have been achieved with petitions, with protests, with legal action, right? Sometimes when people put you in slavery, you have to fight them, right? So there it is, right? Then there's another example that we're seeing play out on the world stage right now, right? Which is, you know, this roughly 8-month-old plain as day genocide in Palestine. And here it's something that's a little bit different, right? It's not what I'm talking about that happened in Haiti. We do see a diversity of tactics that is paramount, right? We see legal action. We see appeals to humanity. We see protests, right? In addition to the use of force, right? Personified by the Palestinian resistance fighters, right? The naval blockades enforced by Ansar Allah in Yemen, otherwise known as the Houthis, right? The military action of Hezbollah in Lebanon, right? Kicking people out from stealing land in the north. We see the resistance in Iraq and Syria and the actions of Iran, right? That's the other side of the equation. And without these two things, it won't work, right? We can plainly see that with ICJ and ICC, right? So the point here is there's a time and place for everything. But let me give you two quick examples, right? We have a doctor of other revolutionary actions that are in solidarity and transnational, right? We have the doctor training program that comes out of Cuba. Beautiful program, right? Very well thought out. You cannot be over 25 years of age to become a part of it, X, Y, Z, right? You have to devote a certain amount of time to the medical profession and be willing to go across the world and like provide medical services. This is what they did, right? And are doing. Then the other one is a very interesting solidarity initiative It's called Academic Solidarity with Palestine. I encourage you all to look it up. The point is to fill the void of these ubiquitous destruction of universities and murder of academics, right? To try to help the people of Gaza through the profession that you all have, right? That we all have as educators in whatever field that you're in. So there's lots of examples, but there were specific reasons I wanted to focus on those. And that's it. I hope we still have time for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacques, for this very engaging presentation. Unfortunately, we do not have so much time for discussion because we need to wrap up in 10 minutes. But now is the time for your comments and questions, so please feel free to ask. Okay, so I guess everybody are really tired at this point, and the presentations were really going into details. Yes?
Thank you. Hi, thank you. It's not a huge question. I just wanted to ask Biljana if you can guide us again through this concept of trans individuality, because you were speaking of so many concepts. I was trying to note it down, but then I kind of lost my way, and it seemed like a relevant one for us. Thank you.
Dobro. Okay, this is something that I briefly introduced, and it's a whole book that is written by Ana Vujanović and Bojana Cveć. And we as Norman Dance Academy also supported it. And I briefly said, and I said it very basically, but it's a philosophical book that it's really going into the deepened analysis of what is a collective and how actually also Ana Vujanović talks about this in this text, what I said, how a collective can bring a different or creates a different efforts for the individual, as they say, to become more than individual in such a circumstances, in sense of a sharing, kind of trying to, how to say, to affirm what has been done in the past, that we collect that from the past as something that belongs to all of us, and then it is transferred to our collaborators, but also to generations further. And in this context, I put it as a note, especially because the collective, and this is what they're talking, has, let's say, a negative form into the capitalistic realm, especially understood as something that it's not good for the individual. So they are trying to overcome this kind of notion by analyzing what can a collective be and what can bring to the individual in a different senses. And what I wanted to say additional to this is, that's a thing, and I related it actually to something that we as cultural workers are addressing in our work. So it's not negating that an individual exists, that it's a person that affirms its own qualities and perspectives of work, or, I don't know, ideas, or, I don't know, imagination, but it becomes something that it's there. But also it refers to something what we sometimes forget, to thank and to affirm what happened in the past, and this is something that it's transferred through generations. And also from my perspective, that we talked that we have many failures as sins, maybe to address that maybe we are working now in order for something to happen in the future. So it's this, to transcend this trans individuality also in the future. But I can give you the book, I mean the references,
Sure.
and it's a very philosophical book, but also there is one text of Anna Vujanovic that I referred to, and there are references and I can give you, so you can go deeper.
Thank you. That's really relevant. And I don't want to steal the space from anyone, but there are artists in the room, and I was wondering how they were reacting and relating to what Ksenia brought us as results of this research, if anyone wants to speak, but otherwise I will leave the mic. Yes.
Thank you, Ksenia, because I had the impression that it's a radiography of my profession. There was
I'm glad.
everything I had to say.
I think that someone down there wanted to ask something. Yes.
Okay, is this thing working? It is. Alexandra Matkovic from the Institute of Economic Sciences. So thanks to the entire panel for the lovely discussions. I'll only have just like one short comment on Jacques' lecture, which was quite inspiring. I myself work with the history of Marxist education in Yugoslavia, and it's very interesting. You know, I was thinking of, okay, what other forms apart from the military were present in this sort of international exchanges? It was Marxist education, right? So Yugoslavia was opening up like workers' universities in Cairo, for example, in Egypt, in Ghana, in Zambia. So the non-aligned movement was crucial, absolutely crucial in this sense. And that's exactly what I see lacking today, you know. We do have these military collaborations and such, you know, but what we do lack is like a new cognitive take on, you know, what transnational solidarity means, right? So we don't have Marxist education being this like additional form of collaboration, right? So I think we need to like work on that, and you know, maybe this is where social sciences actually have some sort of like cool thing to give to the present movements. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Yeah, that's precisely why I split it up into two different artists. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I started with Aaron Douglas, right? Because you have to have this shared conception of where you want to go, right? And it's not to say that that is completely devoid, like missing within the current order that's emerging. It's not. It's there, but like that is the key, right? So, yeah, there needs to be a shared kind of agreement on what is, you know, what is the struggle for. Not just to get out of the boot of the current hegemonic force, but also to aspire to something else, right? And I think we do see that with some of the figures that I was showing up there, but that's the task. That is the task.
Okay, we have time for one more question or comment. Professor Milana.
I would be curious to know to what extent, for example, Black Lives Matter as a movement had artistic component, because of course we heard all messages, verbal, media and so on, but we don't know to what extent artists, not only Afro-Americans, but also other artists of United States have been participating in the movement.
Thanks. I think that's also a very good question. It reflects a sort of problem, I think two problems that we have today. One is that I was speaking to a colleague the other day about just following what is happening across the world. It requires this kind of laser sharp focus on things, and if you don't know the right places to look, then it might be difficult because what trickles down is through just like regular mainstream media, and it's not really the true source. With that, what I'm trying to say with that is there are a lot of demands and just kind of like vision that is like transnational and pan-African and pan-everybody within the Black Lives Matter movement. So we just have to know where to look and to see the right information. Now, the second part of that, the problem is that we see this kind of reflexive reaction to hierarchical structures, right? That was in Occupy, that was in Black Lives Matter. It's just kind of, we've inherited it. As, you know, things seem to go pendulum swing one side to the other many times in human affairs. So with that said, you know, it's hard to get this one unified voice because there isn't this one like party line, right? We don't have that like mass party apparatus that used to exist. And that's a technological understanding. It's, you know, technology is not just laptops and phones, right? It's also like understanding how to do these things is technological understanding and experience. So that has been lost, regrettably, too much across the world. How to build mass organizations, how to intake individuals, how to do, you know, training and kind of like movement building and political education and all of these things, because a lot of the people who were doing that got killed, right? Or thrown in jail or exiled or whatnot, and it's on purpose. But with that said, you know, this, what you're asking for, what you're, the question is relating to is, you know, where is the kind of allegiance and the intellectual understanding of like the world movement within Black Lives Matter is there, if you look, you know. A lot of folks went to Palestine, this was, you know, back in the mid-2010s, whatnot, and got radical, understood, oh wow, this, I didn't know this, even as a Black American, this resembles what I see at home. And then calling for things like, you know, universal healthcare, universal education, and more solidarity with other oppressed peoples in the world, XYZ. But, you know, with the non-centralized nature of these organizations, you get a lot of fluidity in what people believe and say. You don't get this mass party line that you would get out of the Panther Party these days.
And is there any of the legacy of Black Panther Party in today among contemporary youth? For example, if I would ask in Serbia contemporary youth about all this international activity of Yugoslavian state and even specifically linked to supporting different youth revolutionary movements and so on, people today do not have it in a collective memory. So what is about Angela Davis, for example, in this?
Well, it's distorted, and so as an end result, a lot of people don't have a correct view of what actually happened. Correct in the sense of it doesn't actually correlate with reality, right? And I think a lot of this is done on purpose. There are a lot of media, there's a lot of movies, documentaries, and things that have come out, even recently, and people who are still alive who were in the party tend to comment on them and explain exactly where they fail. And yeah, there's some gross distortions, but the general understanding of who they were and what they did is there within the zeitgeist of the youth. But a full kind of deep analysis and understanding is unfortunately missing. But that was part of there were stated goals of severely disconnecting, you know, the transfer of knowledge from elders to the, I mean, that was a stated goal of like FBI, Hoover's FBI and MH Chaos and the CIA and blah, blah, blah. So they knew that they'd understand the power of that and tried to break it on purpose.
It was an exhibition in Whitney Museum. Just to say that now it was an exhibition in Whitney Museum where actually I learned more about the Black Panthers.
Just to add, when you were mentioning Angela Davis, if anybody is still in the region, the next 10 days she will be speaking at Subversive Film Festival in Zagreb. So yeah, this is very good. But unfortunately, we need to close today's panel and continue the discussion in a more informal setting. And at 7:30 we have a Performance and Cultural Center magazine, so see you there.